Well, hi, chat. It's Iowa Day. Ladies, gentlemen, programs, users, and gentlefolk, welcome on in. It's Thursday, July the 10th. Iowa just released for American Truck. Hi, I'm your host, Scott. This is the arcade. I do not have the wheel set up yet. I figured, you know what? We're going to get into just the stream first. Okay? We're going to get into the stream first. Hello, Pete. How are you? Hello, Rook. Nuts Life, Sleepy Developer. Hello. Nuts Life, thank you. Listen, don't you tell me how to conduct my stream, sir. A few more states and we'll have the I-35 all the way north to south. I mean, you know, here's the thing. We just got, literally just dropped Iowa. And, oh, there we go. Yeah, let's download. Get that going. And yeah, new DLC. Yes, thank you. If I go check my wish list. Also, whoa. Why am I getting shafted? I don't want to be shafted. I'm the one doing the shafting, okay? You don't shaft me, I shaft you. That's how that works. What do we got left? Let's see. We've still got Louisiana, Illinois, and South Dakota on the list. That's right. And guaranteed, in about 2 weeks' time, roughly 2 weeks, we're probably going to hear about another DLC. It'll probably be North Dakota. I drive shaft you anywhere. Whoa. No.
Oh, hell no.
No, you don't. Wrong answer. What? Not drive shafting me anywhere. Dad's the only one who does any shafting around here. How dare you? Hi, TV. How are you? Woo! Hi, chat. How are you all? Are you good? Are you having a good Thursday so far? How many here, show of ones in chat, how many of here were hanging out over on SCS's stream? And out of those of you, by the way, I've got to put the desk up because, you know, we're going to put the wheel in here momentarily. And we'll change that angle. There we go. Hi. Don't worry, the camera will get adjusted again. Just hold on. One. Okay, here's the question. If you were watching SCS's stream leading up to the launch of Iowa, how many people were in their chat complaining? Man, we didn't get this. Man, what about Euro Truck Simulator 2? Man, what about this? Man, this hasn't been added to the game. How many people, roughly, if you had to guess, how many people were complaining? 0. Well, that's a first. That's actually a first. Normally, the reason I stopped going to SCS's streams has nothing to do with the SCS themselves. It had everything to do with the community of whiners. I got tired of the whining. So I stopped watching their streams because I got tired of the shit talk and the whining. So in order to reduce it, I stopped watching their stuff. That's typical for an SCS stream. Yeah, well, so that's why I stopped watching their streams. Not because I have anything against SCS, but because I got tired of the whiners. Well, Nuts Life, and you bring up a valid point. 10 years of American Truck in 13 years of Euro Truck Simulator 2, right? My insert city town isn't in the game. Boycott and refund. Yeah, pretty much. All right, we're going to get the wheel. Dad's going to move the wheel in, okay? Just relax. By the way, don't get weird. I'm wearing sandals today because it's effing hot.
Run.
Don't make it weird. Y'all ain't getting a foot camera or toe camera either, weirdos. You want that prime foot action? Y'all gotta pay for that. Almost there. I don't live with the wheel plugged in all the time. You guys have to understand that. I need to be able to use my computer for other things. They put the big Iowa 80 truck stop in Walcott? I have no idea. I don't know. Did they? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. We'll have to figure that out. Whew. There we go. All right, now I need to make sure that the wheel's actually registered. Hold on. It keeps warning me, it keeps telling me that there's a new driver, but I don't care about the driver. Current driver is working fine for the wheel. I don't need to worry about, okay, yeah, and yeah, all right, wheels registered, we're good. I'm waiting for the sim to load up so I can see what got in. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Hi, chat. Y'all ready for this? By the way, I just want to remind everyone, we are doing After Dark. I forgot to put the event in. There is an After Dark stream for tonight. I forgot to put the event in. Let me double check to make sure. I want to make sure I don't have any issues here. Let's all the way down. Then we'll go up. See if anything is out of place. All the important stuff seems to be working just fine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. No little red ticky marks on the side. No little, hey, this ain't gonna work with your game. I don't have to adjust diddly squat. Beautiful. Iowa 8, I mean, I'm sure there's some idiot out there going, oh, OMG, nothing in this state. Why so expensive? Probably. I mean, you're probably not wrong on that. There's a very large truck stop along I-80 in eastern Iowa. Would that be close to Walcott? All right, we'll connect that. There we go. Yeah, congratulations. Again, thank you, Nuts Life. Appreciate you. Weird. What's with the bedhead? They still make combs in 2025? Hell no. Dad doesn't use combs. What do you take me for? Civilized? It's like people said for Kansas, which is ironic since a bunch of the desert Southwest states are way more empty. Yeah, like Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico. It is the largest truck stop in the USA. Combs. Psh. What is this? The 1960s? Come on. Nobody uses a comb in 2025. This isn't the 50s, man. I'm not putting grease in. I'm not putting freaking motor oil in my hair and slicking it back or anything. What do you think this is? What do you think this is? A democracy? Needs more flying J's and loves truck stops. That's why I use mods. Anybody ever wonder why Dad used... Shush, Greaser. Who are you calling Greaser? Listen, in high school, I was a prep. Yeah, I use mods, just a few. Shh, still under 200. Yeah, in high school, I was a prep. And Buc-ee's, yeah, apparently Buc-ee's is huge for you guys in the U.S., isn't it? Can't say as I've ever been, so I don't know. That's right. Dad was a prep. I was a prep in high school. This is going to be weird, but my toes are nice and cool because, you know, I'm wearing sandals today. Too goddamn hot for anything else. It is 35 degrees where I am. It is flipping hot. Content change detected. Updating navigation data. Please wait. Here we go. Oh, here we go. You were a mod in high school. Don't lie. You listened to the Kieran Depeche Mode. I did listen to the Kieran Depeche Mode, but I wasn't a mod. I was a prep. My shirts were tucked in. I wore a belt. I wore loafers. I had the fucking polo shirts. I had the sleeve, like I would wear the Varney and, polo tees and roll the stuff all nice and crisp. And I was 100% a prep. All right, well, we're going to start in Valentine because that's where we left off. All right, so we've got Burlington, Cedar Rapids, Council Bluffs, Davenport, Des Moines, Dubuque, Fort Dodge, Iowa City, Mason City, Ottumwa, Sioux City, and Waterloo. Are we driving in Canada? All right, using external contracts or external market with a World of Trucks connected profile and American Truck Simulator, the community goal is to drive 125 million miles, or 201,168,000 kilometers, while delivering cargoes to and or from any city in Iowa. When a player completes a delivery to or from 12 different Iowa cities, they will achieve their personal goal. So we need 12. Got it. All jobs for the event need to be at least 100 miles each, or 161 kilometers. All right. Well, you want to craft? Go craft away, sir. So you were the type that made fun of people like me, grew up poor as shit, wore Walmart specials in terms of shoes and clothes? No. The funny thing is, I did not make fun of anyone. I didn't make fun of anyone in high school for what they wore. Because frankly, I thought that was kind of bullshit. The cliquiness, like, I would have been what was classified as a prep in high school, but I wasn't going to sit there and make fun of anybody just because, they bought their stuff. Well, for us, it was Zellers, but it wasn't Walmart. It was Zellers. Zellers. Chat. All right. Before we get too deep into this, let's do this and switch the music up. I like what we've got, but I'm going to be honest. I want my space banjo, baby. Space banjo. No, I didn't make fun of anybody in school. It just... seemed kind of shitty to do. How are we doing? We might want to stop for fuel. We're gonna find the fuel here, just outside of Valentine. My clothes came from Gemco. Oh my god. Gem and the holograms. And again, I also grew up in a time where you didn't say if you came from single parent household. I mean, everybody knew I grew up in a single parent household. My dad that raised me and my sisters. All right, this is 7:30 a.m. It appears to be 7:30 a.m. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word. Gemco sounds like something from the cartoon Gem and the Holograms, which came around at the same time as G.I. Joe, He-Man, She-Ra, all of that stuff. Oh, I remember the Latchkey Kid. Same here. I might have been a farm kid, but, we get off the bus. There was a lot of times we had a key to let ourselves into the damn farmhouse because Dad was off somewhere else. Nope, that would be 7:30 p.m. Chat. That is 7:30 p.m. All right, so we're gonna grab a little resty rest here because this is some BS. We are not taking off towards towards Iowa, towards the state line, before, like, in the dark. It kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing here. All right, let's get a wee bit of rest. Excuse me? Turn that up just a smidge. All right. What do we got? 6 a.m. All right, that seems like a pretty good time to take off here. In my town, if people found out, they immediately wrote you off as juvenile delinquent. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think a lot of that is indicative of the time that we grew up in, Sleepy. And same goes for a lot of community members here. Where if you grew up in a single family home or a single parent home, then yeah, you were just looked down on. I'll be honest, it's kind of crap. But okay, so we're in Valentine right now. Oh, Jesus! I'm gonna go all the way up here. We're gonna turn around. We started out on the farm. Sun's coming up. Woo, she's pretty out here. God damn. Get a little fresh air in the cab of the truck, chat. Wake the neighbors up. Time to wake up the neighbors. Let's go. Our health class teacher in high school had to go through the process of getting a food handler's license because y'all gonna be flipping burgers your whole life. Wow. Wow, that's some asshole bullshit right there. That's an asshole attitude, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, god damn. Wow, you guys not paying any taxes? What the hell happened to frickin' road work? Jesus. Must lost my front bumper back there. What the flip? Hey, is that somebody Yo, somebody got a field wagon going. Look at that shit. Woo! All right. Okay. It was, yes. Okay, so just outside of Valentine, this is Valentine Farm from Matt VT. As you can see, got Matt VT cattle and Matt VT grain. I don't want the freight market. We need external contracts. We're gonna go Oakland. Definitely not Oakland. No, we're gonna head all the way down here. Valentine, Shadron, North Platte. Valentine. There's a lot of Valentine, Phillipsburg. Nope. Wyoming, Utah, Idaho. We're going the wrong way if we're heading to Idaho. I need Iowa. There we go. The first one, all the way across into Waterloo. You know what? Ooh, that's a good one. Right to the border. Sioux City. All right, we're gonna grab that one. Let's go. Nice. Well, a lot of the stuff for the rural items that Matt BT does up for the custom yards, they've done a pretty good job of trying to match the road to some of the local areas. There's a lot of mapping that goes on for it, so I don't know. It might possibly be a rough transition, but I also have a sneaking suspicion that there's a little bit more underlying outside of just a rough transition. All right, so we're gonna head into Valentine, pick up our load, then head to Sioux City. Sioux City. En route to Dubuque from Omaha, Nebraska. Nice. I was trying to finish my work stuff last night. Kept dropping connection every few minutes. Turns out somebody created a network loop that was making the switch very unhappy, and we kept losing. Oh, who? What the hell? Majabo! Listen. Area of KFC. Male name James is washing his feet in the drainage ditch, and they want him out of the area. I'm not doing that. Majabo! Listen. If you want to use all caps, paywalls, my friend. You've got to be subscribed to the channel if you want to shout and chat like that. If you're not subscribed, you can't. I don't care if James is washing his feet in the drainage ditch. Let the man wash his feet. Would you rather he's walking around with dirty toes sticking out all over the place? No, not a bot. That is not a bot. Not a bot. Not. Okay, couple of things before we pick up our load. Number one, verify repairs. Verify the truck, make sure it's safe to continue. Check our maintenance. I'd say that's pretty damn and done. Beautiful. All right, next, we'll go and grab some fuel before we head to grab our. Oh, come on! Really? Dirty mother truckers! My bot got real angry about that. Poor Majabo. Just want to come and, have a little bit of fun. And the bot's like, no, bam, slap. Y'all gonna let me out? Apparently not. We have a regular loom. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Nuts Life. But yeah, just to reiterate, we will be doing After Dark tonight. Mom is still on deck as far as I know. That hasn't changed yet. But that there is a possibility that could still change depending on how her schedule works out. And we will be jumping into PAX Day tonight. Or attempting to anyways. We'll see how that goes. Alright, refill. Gotta get that there fuel going. Okay, fueled. Whoa, what the hell? I might have, that's probably on me. In fact, I'm almost guaranteeing that is on me. Nuts Life has been pounding out some levels for crafting in PAX Day. I'm honestly, Nuts Life, I'm glad that you're enjoying your time in PAX Day, man. I'm gonna be spending a bit of time here, I think. Getting the recenter on the track IR, or not the track IR, the Toby eye tractor. First try on the tanning rack. Okay, we can do our own boiled leather now. Nice. Okay, perfect. Thank you, man. Appreciate all the hard work you've been putting in. Seriously. Been working on an Arma 3 server. Okay, so Jalen, here's a question. You enjoy your time in Arma 3. Have you looked at Arma Reforger? We're gonna need what do we need lime for? What do we need the lime for, Nuts Life? Is that for the boiled leather? Okay, all right. I can do up a couple of batches of lime tonight, I think. I already know I'm off, so don't worry, guys. It's okay, don't worry. I have briefly. There is something about the graphics that bothers me. Don't know what it is. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yep. Really? Surprised that didn't pin on. All right, well, it's gonna have to correct a little bit, I think. Slight correction, but it's not bad. All right, we're on. Okay, and we've got our first load bound for Iowa, chat. Okay, so let's get underway. Woo! So we're headed to Sioux City. Old Sioux City, Iowa. I guess the real question is, what should I expect along the way? All right, those trucks are going slow enough for me to get out. We're good. We're all right. We got this. Woo! And we're on the road. Welcome on in, folks. If you're just joining us, I'm Scott, the Sea Arcade. Happy Iowa DLC Day. Whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, I appreciate you putting in the time and just stepping in and hanging out for a bit. Good afternoon. Expect to see a welcome to Iowa sign. Hi, John. How are you? Furnace parts, first try. Oh, dude. Nice. Okay. Welcome to Iowa. I know this is not Kansas, but welcome anyway. Sleepy, are you trying to shit talk your own state? Okay, we've got speedo set there. Not sure what that is. It looks like it's a hidden road. We'll have to. I've got to. Man, when they get some of the third-party freaking vehicle mods updated, we've got to spend a wee bit of time driving around and finding some more of these hidden roads and everything, some of these hidden treasures. Man, this is going to be pretty. I'm looking forward to this drive. There we go. One more puzzle piece. Another brick in the wall. Welcome to South Dakota. No, this ain't Kansas either. Please buy a map. Got off early today. Very nice. Yeah, it's today's a toasty day here. It's 35 degrees C. Again, thankfully, I am super appreciative of the fact that the new GPU doesn't pump out like 80 degrees Celsius heat. This thing is running at a freaking very cool 51 degrees C while pushing out to 3 screens and well, technically 4 if you count the capture card and everything, so. And it's buttery smooth, so this thing is goddamned efficient. It's sipping power. I have not seen this GPU with anything that even benchmarking. I haven't seen this thing get past 62 degrees C. Oh, it's so nice. Yeah, it's hot. And apparently we're in for a bit more of a heat wave again for a lot of North America, and it's the same. Honestly, it appears to be the same going on in Europe right now. It is bloody hot. Y'all Europeans are cooking right now, man. Oh, come on. Are you trying to get yourself murdered? That's how people die on the highway, you freaking bozo. My current desktop is higher than that. Yeah, I'll say this, a lot of the newer equipment is by far a lot more energy efficient. And I gotta say, the RX 9070 XT that is sitting in the gaming rig now as the replacement of 3080 Ti it is incredibly efficient. The only game, here's the thing, I still don't know if it can run Cyberpunk. I mean, I know it can run Cyberpunk 2077, but I don't know how good it is. Because, you know, I don't have that RTX anymore. That 3080 Ti is sitting in a different PC now, so not mine. Sitting in the roommate's. Roommate took it for a spin last night. He's pretty happy with the upgrade in his PC, so. Because the 3080 Ti gives him 4 gig more of VRAM, so he goes from 8 gig to 12 gig. And more CUDA cores and everything, because he was only using a 3070, but it was a Zotac 3070. And the problem that he was having was it didn't matter what he loaded up, that card would peak to 82 degrees Celsius no matter what was on. It would just, and I had done a repat and repaste. It didn't make a difference. So I don't know what Zotac's engineering is like, but wow. Definitely not great for temps, that's for sure. But he's pretty happy. He's very pleased with the bump up he got in performance anyway. And that card does run cooler than the 3070 he was rocking before, so. But yeah, the 9070 that is now, we're coming up on day 4 of running this thing, and I have no complaints about making the move over to AMD. None whatsoever. Can I take the limestone to build furnaces, or do you need it for something else? If you had, listen, if there's limestone sitting there that's just sitting in one of the and you want to make lime with it, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Are we on the map? Okay, so before we get too far, where the hell are we? That doesn't make any sense. Where's the rest of 20? You know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're just gonna fuel stop, resting place, service. Viewpoint unvisited. Right? Okay. City names, way stations, companies, road numbers undiscovered. Done. All right. That's all I needed. All right, well, we're good. Yeah, go ahead. If there's limestone sitting there, use it. You wouldn't be able to miss that goddamn truck. Look at how bright that thing is. Sweet Jesus, that's... Wow, that's bright. US 20 is intact here for me. Well, as you guys can see, it's definitely not intact for me. I mean, that's fine. I have no gaps in it? You saw mine. There's definitely a big ass old gap there. Possible. I guess we'll find out. If the game crashes, I have a feeling I've got a couple of things I might remove just in case after, but we'll see how it goes. Right, go wide, get us off the road. Thank you. Jeez. Sheesh. Man, it's looking dry out here. Y'all not getting any rain in Nebraska? Holy crap. Things are looking a little crispy. It's dry, Chad. It's super dry. How are we doing on this? Okay, we can bypass. We're good. Where's US 20 so I can check in my game? Top end of Nebraska cuts across into Iowa. Yeah, if you're not running map mods, that might explain why I've got a gap and you guys don't. It might actually be a mod, and we'll find out soon enough, because when I go to cross over to Iowa, if the game crashes, then I know that there's actually a conflict. Oh no, everything I'm running is fully updated. I won't run anything that's not up to date with 155. You guys know that. I only run the most current and up-to-date things, because we already know what happens if you don't. Things get a little hinky. Are you running any map mods, T-Vale? I think it could be custom. It could be something to do with the custom yards. Just send it. That's what I'm doing. We're just sending it. We're going. We're going. That's all I'm doing. We're just going. ATS expansion. Really? Yeah, I don't run ATS expansion, but gonna cook up some steel? Why does that say cock up some steel though? And why does it say steal as if you're going to be a thief? No, I am definitely not running coast to coast. Nope. That's a mod that you won't see on this channel is coast to coast. I don't need to go across to the East Coast that badly that I need to run coast to coast. I know a lot of people do, but I'm definitely not one of those people. You're dyslexic? I love you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you understand that. All right, there is definitely something going on. So, is that too much? Yeah, I'm gonna turn. I think I'll turn the. It's something a little too overly pronounced. I wasn't a big fan of, I guess. Say. Does that mean leaning left? I thought it meant it was leaning right, but you know. All right, folks, we are underway. We are officially in Norfolk. Better be leaning somewhere than just art. Listen, are we talking about penises? Why are we talking about penises? I don't know. Maybe. It seems like it. Seems like we might be. All I know is somebody somewhere is playing with some hardwood, okay? Man, the GPU clock is running at 3200 megahertz. Holy crap. Oh, we're running. Whoa, there we go. We finally hit 320 watts. The GPU is still, it's only 58 degrees C. Holy crap. All right, well, like I said, we're on our way to Iowa. I love that the billboard right there says Iowa DLC is coming. No, it's already here. We're already living it. We already in it. So we're on our way to Sioux City. A load of grain. Doing our first run in. We started in Valentine in Nebraska. What in the... Why? No. Nope. I am not getting stuck behind a freaking harvester, man. You might want to, but I'm not doing it. Not a flippin' chance. Okay, we're gonna set for 60. And even that, apparently, even though the speed limit here is like 65, seems to be a little on the fast side. Seems like we're catching up to some bodies here. Jeez, those clouds are moving. Matt VT equipment sales. Whoa! What the heck just happened there with the sky? As we all know, skyboxes get a little hinky sometimes. Such rude driver. She impatient much? Man, first of all, that harvester had no damn business running out into the road right in front of another truck, and I was already up to highway speed. What the heck was I supposed to do? Slam on the brakes and jackknife? Hell no. Screw that clown. I'm past that farmer. We're not waiting. Dad doesn't have the time. Oh, and some frame hitches. That's odd. Well, we're about to see how well this works. We're doing 10 mile an hour under the rated limit, so everybody should start pulling away from me here. Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome on in. I'm your host, Scott. It is Iowa DLC Thursday. We're back in the cab, the old freight shaker, the 2019 Cascadia. We're gonna sneak on by us. Looks like speed limit's dropping. I'm not. No, we're not. Maybe I will. By me, bud. If you don't get by me, I'm gonna push you off the road, man. Everybody thinks we Canadians are just so sweet. We're so nice. We're so kind. It's all PR, man. We're not nearly as nice as the rest of the world actually seems to think we are. And by the way, if you want rude drivers, I urge any of you to come up to Canada, drive through either Montreal or Toronto, Ontario during rush hour. And you will immediately want to go back, and you will never complain about the traffic where you live in the US ever again. Ever. Never, ever again will you complain about the traffic where you live in the US. Driving on the 401 through the northern end of Toronto during rush hour is akin to playing Dark Souls in the real world with a vehicle. Here we go, Omaha 47. Traffic and people suck in North Jersey near NYC. Everyone kept wanting to show me their bird collection while I drove. Yeah, no, are you sure? Listen, I'm telling you, that's pretty much Canadian drivers. Well, that's exactly what it's like driving anywhere in Canada. A lot of birds are thrown. A lot. We are not nearly as nice as people make us out to be. We just have better PR. Oh, we are kind when we are abroad, though. When we are traveling abroad, we are super nice. We have manners, just not in our own borders. I gotta say, this truck is considerably louder than I was expecting. There's Lincoln. Something reason why Geneva Convention exists. Something like that. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, Canadians are a little unhinged when we're thrown into combat situations for some reason. I don't know. I think it's just overblown. People just, they're too touchy about it. They're way too sensitive. Something about, like, using grenades in cans of freaking, empty cans of canned meat or something into trenches with the Germans. I don't know. I think it's just all propaganda. It's some kind of weird propaganda, you know, and make us out to be the villains. Whoa, who are you calling? I'm not a Grinch. Take that back. Don't be saying those hateful, terrible things about me in here, True Rider. How dare you? How dare you say such spiteful, evil things? Who are you calling a Grinch, you sumbitch? I'm not a Grinch. I just don't let other people play with my toys. Also, you're not allowed to take a crap in my truck. Because if you do and you don't clean it up and then stick me with the frickin' detailing bill, you get to ride outside for the remainder of your natural born life. You are never allowed to set foot in one of my vehicles. You either run or you get strapped to the frickin' hood because I need a bug collector. Whoa, jeez. Poor frickin'. Listen, you can't slap me. How many times do you smack your own face with the brick before you realize that you can't hit somebody else? Yeah. Well, if you need to throw up, tuck and roll into the ditch. You're not throwing up in my frickin' truck. True Rider, there is only so many times you can smack yourself in the face with the same brick before it starts affecting your actual mental state. And I think you've already drained enough IQ points by continually trying to hit that command, expecting it to slap me, and it doesn't work for you. That is called insanity. Something bugging you today? Me? No. Nothing ever bugs me. By the way, if you guys can't figure out that I'm only kidding, I mean, you know, that might be a bit of an issue. Nothing's bugging me though, no. This True Rider keeps trying to do the same thing, expecting a different result, which usually ends up meaning somebody is dropping IQ points because he keeps smacking themselves in the face with the same rock, expecting it to hit a different target. You're bugged now, I'm here. Snow, good. Send me the snow, Majafo. We need it. I need it to drop down to about 10 degrees Celsius. You dirty son of a... What's in here? Your big ass owl combine. Sheesh. We in Iowa? Yes, we're in Iowa now. We are now officially in Iowa. That's right. On our way to Sioux City. Yeah, see, T-Rail's already got the jump on us here. Welcome on in, folks. Sit down, grab a drink, sit a spell. Relax and enjoy. What city and why do you want to sue it? We're not suing the city. It is called Sioux City. S-I-O-U-X. Rookie with the terrible jokes. Okay, who just walked past my window smoking the worst dank I've ever smelled? God, man, that is freaking terrible. I'm not local. Well, that's not my fault. If you're gonna be here, you gotta learn to speak the language, sir. God damn, that is awful. Oh, nope, that is definitely not where I want to be. Whoopsie. Could have been bad. Well, I started in Valentine, Nebraska. That is terrible freaking greenery, man. Wow, that is bad. I don't know who decided that was, who's smoking that and where, but they could have done it not close to my freaking bedroom window. Oh. Listen, I'm all for the fact that it's legal here where I live in Canada. Well, it's legal across the entire country. Man, can't you just do it inside your own goddamn home, not stink up other people's air? Shit. Here we go. South Sioux City. Sioux City, Iowa. Next 3 exits. Yo! I messed up. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, man. Sioux City, Iowa discovered. First one down. First one down, baby. First of 12 loads. All right. You know, I'm looking forward to the move in September. Just, if anything, just to have a little bit more space for everything. And possibly a much better, more efficient setup. I know, yeah, no, I agree. Ads do suck. Ads can suck. That is for sure. But it's kind of crazy. You really can't escape them on Twitch or on any other platform for that matter. It's not anymore. I mean, look at how many ads. Like, think of if you pay for a streaming service. Even at what used to be the upper echelon, we now get ads. I'm like, why in the hell am I paying for a freaking streaming service? Why am I paying for the you know, top tier if I'm getting ads? Like, F off, man. If I'm paying $20 for your goddamn monthly for your streaming service, I should not be getting inundated with ads. If you can't operate on like a few $100 million a month in revenue, there's a problem. It's called mismanagement. I'll take that red light ticket even though that was a legal right on a red. All right, here we go. Riverport, huh? All right, where are we dropping this? Oh, all the way over here. Okay, I got you. Let's get our windows down here. Wow, that is louder than I was expecting. Right on, red isn't allowed in some areas of the U.S. I understand that. That's usually, though, more indicative of like built up, like urban areas, cities and such. Well, we've got a nice inspection shed here. seems to be a lot of aggregate material down here too. A hybrid switching loco, huh? Seems to be an awful lot of rail traffic down this way too. Yeesh. Oh, I've got to back it in there? Oh, well, this is going to be fun. All right, well, we've got our first challenge, folks. All righty. Or on the island of Montreal. I mean, there are a lot of places actually in Toronto, Quebec City, Montreal, that you can't make a right on a red. Rock and roll. Oh my God. All right, how are we gonna? Okay, well, it's a port. Place your bets. Will it be the water or good? I mean, no, we're not hitting water. We're not. I mean, if one of my moderators is here and wants to put up a poll, you can, and I'll stop. I'll wait until the poll is up. Oh, there is a problem with the trailer here. I just noticed that. Wow, we're gonna have to really sneak that in, aren't we? All my thanks for a transgalactic flight. Getting all my speeds. I mean, you could say that I'm looking for the pole to dance around. You could say that. Looking forward to the pole, will you dance? I mean, that's a pretty big pole to dance around. All right, let me try something here. We're gonna do something real quick. Okay, we're gonna make sure that the brakes are on. Will it actually let me do this from here? Maybe not. Okay, well that's not gonna do it. Oop, shiesty. Not what I wanted. Okay, give me a quick moment here. Let me see if I can find the thing to do the poll. Really? Apparently. Oh, wait. Hold on. Nope, that's not gonna work. God damn it. All right, fair enough. Then this is what I will do. All right, chat. You guys ready for this? I'm going to give you guys the poll. There it is. You now officially have a poll. Go ahead and vote. Are we going to put it in the drink, or are we going to be good? Wow. Some of y'all ain't got no faith in Dad's driving abilities. Not really sure how I feel about that. I don't know how to feel about this. Only 3 votes? Come on. Come on. All these beautiful faces in here. We've only got 4 votes on this poll. You've got 5 minutes to vote. I want all of you to, I want people to get in here and vote before I actually back this load in. While we're waiting, I'm going to have a quick look and see what my daughter sent me. Quack. Majafo thinks I'm going to be a duck. Kid's having an allergic reaction to something. I only vote when I can flex my abusive amount of points. You get 1 vote, 1 vote only, chat. We've got all these beautiful, wonderful faces in here. We got this poll going. We got 5 votes total. So far, 60% of you think I'm going to put it in the water. No, water does not equal good. It's in the water, which is bad. Or we're actually going to be able to back it in properly and it's good. Water does not equal good. Water equals bad. So we're going to vote on it. We've got five human beings have voted so far. Now I know we got some beautiful ass human beings in here. So if you can throw in your vote, are we ending up in the drink, or are we going to be able to pull this one off? And you notice I wasn't like trying to like line this up for anything. It was just we're sitting here waiting. Looks like we've got about 1.5 minutes left. 1.5 minutes on the poll, chat. You know, I should have actually made it a bet. That way you guys could have bet with your channel points. Note to self, next time we start taking channel point bets for this stuff. I think that might actually be better. So far, 60% of the vote goes to we're going to end up in the water. Hey, Slider, I will throw you a sword. You can start doing that. Effectively, no confidence vote. Oh, wow. Yeah, apparently we're up to 67%. Voting that I'm going to put it in the water. I mean, I still like my odds. 33% for success is still better than 0. I found you, Rapier.
Shame.
All right. You guys
Shame.
think I'm going to put it in the water?
Shame.
Here we go. This is time to figure out if you're right or not. Here we go. All right, where are we, first of all? Oh, wow. This is... Okay. All right. Might be a wall. Listen, it's just... McDonald's serves up super-sized AI bots with a McHire platform that allowed admin access to 64 million candidate chats. Wow, that's a bit of a cock-up, isn't it? Production oversight. Nice work. Work. You updated everything for launch, right? Yeah, right. Production manager, somebody's getting fired. You know that, right? You know somebody's getting fired over this. Oh no, that is absolutely, I agree. That is absolutely worse than committing keys to pub repos, yeah. DevOps shit pants, blaming devs. Devs say we don't do that. Uh-huh. I mean, wow, we are cutting that tight, man. Holy crap. All right, hold on. That's proactive thought. Not that ain't my job. I mean, not wrong. By the way, for the record, I am not, nor have I ever been in my life, a professional driver. I am a sim driver and an amateur. I like to think I'm not absolute rubbish. Oh, breathe in. Breathe in. Suck it in. Follow the only road. We got way more than one. I spiced. Wow. Sweet Christmas. Let's leave it at amateur. Hey, that's not very nice. You know, I technically should have just taken that bet. You know why? Because y'all were wrong on that poll. I find your lack of faith disturbing. All right, so we're in Sioux City. Council Bluffs, 152 miles, only needs to be 100 miles. Back into Nebraska, Kansas City, Council Bluffs. That one's worth a little bit more. Another one in for Council Bluffs. That one's only 70. God damn it, Council Bluffs way too close. Montana. $152 miles. I'm not doing a job for Swift, though. I voted for not going in the water. There you go. We just teased you. Chat, are you trying to say that because y'all teased me, that's why I successfully parked it? Cedar Rapids. Okay, we're getting a little bit better here. Davenport. Okay. I think we're going to take that reservoir tank. I think we might take that reservoir tank. We could always go down just down to... I don't know. Maybe Des Moines? I mean, Des Moines' nice, but... we'll get there eventually. Dubuque. We've got Iowa City. You know what? Let's go back here. Lemonade. That is a lot of lemonade. Maybe this one? No. Not Cedar Rapids. Davenport. That's the one. We're going to take the Davenport run. We're going to take that reservoir tank. Check your map, about 20. I'm not too worried about I-20. Short by distance. Like, I already know, like 20 here. I'm not worried about that split. And I don't have any mod that adjusts Nebraska, so I don't know what the heck that is causing that, but I'm not too worried about it. We are going to have to refill. All right, we've got the first of what, 12 down? Well, I don't necessarily want it to all be internal, though. I don't mind taking stuff from certain cities outside of the state. I do have to, I was wondering, thought I was probably going to have to. The Iowa 80, as in the giant rest stop just outside of Walcott. Yeah, leaving it at 80 would be a pretty big deal. You're right. No, that would absolutely be a very big deal. All right, so we're gonna grab fuel first. There's a reason we call them flyover states. Not everybody who lives here wants to leave. Okay, so we're gonna pull in here and grab a little rest stop, I think. I like that immaterial. Is it? People fly into and out of Iowa all the time. If you're flying into the state, that wouldn't make it a flyover state. Doesn't seem immaterial to me. Only you city folk call them flyover states. You big city folk from California or New York, you're the only ones that call a flyover state because you're only going from one coast to the other. You don't give a fuck about nothing in the middle of the goddamn country. Now I sound like a proper redneck. Coastal elite talk. That's pretty much it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Coastal elite talk, much like Canada? Actually, that's fairly incorrect. Most Canadians would rather drive than fly. Damn. Most Canadians would rather drive than fly because we want to actually see our country. Also called the Heartland States. They are called the Heartland States. That's where all the heart. That's where you find the heart. It's not named Iowa 80 in the game, but it's in-game exit 284 on I-80. That makes sense. Now that I don't have to take my shoes off anymore. Wait, what? Who was making you take your... Yeah, who was making you take your damn shoes off? Right, TSA. TSA finally got caught up to the times, didn't they? No longer have to take your shoes off when you're going through freaking checkpoints. It's a beautiful sunrise. 6:43 a.m. Sioux City, Iowa. Sun's coming up. It's not Iowa 80, it's Interstate 80. No, he's talking about the specific gas station. The rest stop is called Iowa 80. It's like one of the largest rest stops in America. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, your brain did break. Facts. Your brain did break, Slider. It's true. Brain's like, nope. I quit. Game over, man. All right, let's get ourselves down here, grab this next load. Located exit 284 on I-80. Yep. Isn't there what? Yeah, creative sales team. What is there's a Buc-ee's location that is pretty huge for in the US for some reason. Yeah, they just didn't name it the Iowa 80 in the game, even though that's what it is. Man, you are way too close. Your butt end way too close to that track. If a train comes sailing through here, that dude is screwed, man. He's cooked. Cookerinoed. A lot of weird things going on out here. I'm kind of questioning things just a little bit. I hope there's no rail sailing through here. That would suck. Cornejo? Interesting. All right, well, here we go. I wonder, can we go through the back gate? Let's see if Billy Bob's gonna let us through the back gate here. Oh look, back gate's wide open. Shit, terrible security on this site. Jeez. I mean, I get it. It's just aggregate and concrete, but still. Cornejo. Buc-ee's is a chain of large, well, very large truck. Whoa. Very large truck stop size gas stations, but trucks are not allowed at them? At a relapse? What? Dude, you were doing so good, man. What happened? That sucks. Buc-ee serves cars only, huh? Oh, wow. Okay, well, there we go. That's... Fuck the DMV. Yeah, it's nearly, it was nearly at 95%. Not good enough, huh? You did grab that e-bike though for yourself, didn't you? So you can still, there's my trauma dump for like for like 5 years. Is there anything like on the medical side that can be done about any of this? There's gotta be, man. Cause that's shitty. Had a good laugh on that one. Well, that was a good, I mean, right? It is a goodbye. Seriously. Hell of a buy picking up that e-bike. No joke. Okay, so got our load. Gonna leave Sioux Falls. We're headed to Davenport. Feds were investigating my shit then. They were slashes. Who knows now? Oh, I got you. I understand. I get it. That sucks, man. Honestly, that really sucks. I hope. So what? It's now 6 months, right? Slash the budget. Yeah. Was it 6 months that you have to go without incident before you can go back to things being normal again? Right. I think what we might have to do is we're gonna get up here. I think my roommate's dog might need to go out. So what we'll do is we'll get up here. I'll pull over to the rest stop just up ahead. 3 to 6. Yeah. Yeah, 90 to 180 days, yeah. Sounds oddly familiar. The greatest SCS truck stop? I hope somebody makes a mod to change that. It's a freaking terrible name. No offense to SCS, but wow. No, hey, no, I listen. I don't classify that as a dumping anyway, so no worries. No worries, man. I don't classify that as dumping in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Hey, chat. There's an IHOP here. Who wants pancakes? I'm kind of hungry, man. Y'all want some pancakes? Waffle House, please. The best I can give you is IHOP. We don't have Waffle House. It's IHOP, man. That's all we got, okay? Well, no, I know. I wasn't expecting it to be updated. Mind you, mine seems to be working fine. Okay, so we don't need fuel. All I've got to do is pull in here, and I'm going to take my Remy's doggo out for a couple of moments. Or use the facilities. Majafo, pun tax. Sir, pun tax. All right, I'm gonna take my roommate's dog out for a quick little pee break here. While I'm at, I hope all of you get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, go touch a little bit of grass. I'll meet you back here in a few moments. Okay, chat, I am back. It works, but things like Iowa 80 will likely be changed next update for that mod. Yeah, probably. And Slider, you raise a very valid point that you raise a very, very valid point regarding licensing, right? And that's true. Ramps up fast with tons of vendors.
Lord, forgive me, no, try. But
I already knew about that. And
lay me down solid ground.
We're just falling. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, I've already did all of that stuff. Okay, chat. Are we ready? You guys good?
Now I'm haunted by ghosts in you. Haunted by endless fear.
Woo! Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome on in. It is Iowa DLC Day here in the arcade. As you can see, we are back in an American truck, sitting in the freight shaker, the Freightliner Cascadia 2019 edition. We are currently in Sioux City, Iowa, and we're going to be taking this reservoir tank across the state to Davenport. I gotta get my smart juice into me here. All the electrolytes a human body needs. I see them at Japo's. There's a posture check. And there's a stretch from a Japo. All right, there we go. Oh. All right, let's get ourselves positioned to head out. I'm glad that I did take the chance to grab that short little bit of a break and take my roommate's dog out to use the bathroom. Because had I not done that, might have been an accident on the floor. With how hot it is, though, as again, I know that the dog herself has been drinking a lot more water, very well hydrated, so it wouldn't have been any fault of the dog's if she hadn't been taken out. But when it's really because Black Lab, when it's really super like dry and hot out, try to keep the dog healthy, but also you don't want to be taking her out too much in the heat. It's not really safe for your four-legged friends with the heat the way it's been lately. So all right, well, there we go. South Sioux City. Get out on the road here. It's supposed to be only 40, but it doesn't make any sense why we'd be doing 40 on the highway. Throw them Jakes on. But I do want to take a quick moment to just say thank you to all of you for coming by for the release of the Iowa DLC for American Truck. Just hanging out and spending a bit of time here. So far, I gotta say, I like what I'm seeing. The performance is still very solid as we cross, like from the crossover from Nebraska into Iowa. Everything was really nice and solid performance-wise. There wasn't any weird little hiccups or blips, so. And T-Ville throwing down the points for the no cursing. Well, that was pretty simple. I mean, we didn't have any dumb things happening on the road here as we got back out onto the interstate, so you don't have to worry about it. I think I made good on that. That was That was for 2 minutes. That was over 2 minutes ago, so. Ha! If I want to curse, I can curse now. You're not my dad anyways. You can't tell me what to do. What do you think this is? Some kind of freedom channel? Just gonna warn everybody, if you're watching, ad break in 4.5 minutes. So for those of you who are non-subs, just letting you know there's an ad break in 4.5 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are we throwing the mayo out in channel, okay? What are we doing here? Where are we headed? Okay. Heading down 75. Got it. All right, we're good. Truck up the speed. Okay, the one thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, the one little thing I noticed that is kind of weird is the mirrors don't show shadows. The vehicle shadows don't show up in my mirrors. It's kind of trippy. Kind of trips me out a little bit. Actually, nothing has shadow in the mirrors. What the heck? What is this BS? Mirrors don't show shadow, huh? Is that a limitation of the game engine, do you think? Anybody have any ideas why mirrors wouldn't show shadows for vehicles and foliage and, like, just the environmental factors? Seems a little strange, doesn't it? It actually seems like a rather strange detail to omit. We're riding that line a little too close, weren't we? Sheesh. So, T-Ville, I've got a question. You use the ATS expansion. How is it? Could be a game engine limitation or done deliberately by SCS to keep the game running smoothly. I mean, both of those seem like they're valid. Oh, you dirty, rotten. Holy crap, bro. There was no way I was slowing this truck down in that short a time. What is with these damn farmers? As somebody who grew up as a farm kid, driving machinery around, even on the highway, that's how people get dead. What the heck, man? That's dangerous AF. God, I hope other real world farmers don't do dumb things like that. That is brutal. Sheesh. How you end up killing people on the road. It's not bad. It adds additional cities to the map and states already released. Yeah. I know for me personally, it's one that's, it's recommended for the mod list that I actually run. I just haven't bothered adding ATS expansion, but I know it's up to date for 1.55. I'm on my way back home. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there, buddy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we just crossed over into, back across into Nebraska. So it looks like it's got us taking 75 down to 136. And we're taking 136 across. Why wouldn't it just route us through freaking cross 34? I mean, I'm not really complaining. I'm just kind of questioning I'm questioning the GPS again. Be slowing down and stopping me, bro. Get your backside moving, sir. Got miles to put down today. Away back.
Got a stone cold feeling that I'm on my own. Got some blackout isolation and it's right down to my bone. Let's hit that bright light boulevard.
I'm on my way back home. We don't want Des Moines though, so we're gonna stay over in the other lane here.
Let's hit that bright light boulevard. I'm on my way back home.
All right, we'll see what happens when we get to Davenport. Hello, Audi. Ad break ends in 2:45. There you go. Thank you, Audi. Appreciate it for letting everybody know. Couple of things. So September is basically, for me, right around the corner. It's surprising how fast time seems to fly as we lead up to me moving in with my partner. And, you know, me being able to spend some time in her condo and getting things set back up. I don't know, with the move, I'm hoping that I don't have too much downtime. I want to try to do it as efficiently as possible and then get all the streaming equipment set back up as fast as I can. With the move though, I do know that there is going to be a bit of downtime just because the gaming rig has not had a clean Windows reinstallation in like 6 years. So it's overdue. So I think as part of getting things set back up and things fresh again, after the move, I will take the time to actually properly redo Windows on the gaming rig. The streaming rig has been, it was reinstalled a year ago, so the operating system's still pretty fresh on that. And it's a single-use machine. It literally is used just to run the capture card, and run the camera, and run all the stuff for the stream. So that one is not as much of a concern for me. But the gaming rig, she needs some TLC. That's not until September, but that is only about 6 weeks away. Well, T-Vale's done his second run. We're on our second run. It's getting a little overcast. Might be, looks like we might be driving in for a bit of rain here, folks. I do have the weather set to about 20. I want to say it's about 20%. Well, we're definitely driving into it. There's no doubt about that. Oh, 1 second. Hold on. Roommate's dog decided that she was going to take it upon herself to stand at the patio door braying at somebody walking through. And it's like, no. Can't have that. Sorry about that. So we are currently on our way for bound for Davenport. I'm not sure what in the heck is going on with that. That is, wow, those clouds up front look kind of terrible. Sheesh. Got on those brakes really quick, didn't we? Woo! To Sioux City from Burlington? Nice. Okay, is this one that I already... Yeah, this is one that I already have. I kind of thought I already had this one. Yep. That's fair. Okay. All right, so we're gonna make the turn up here. Hetzel's building, huh? Ash Auburn Design. Albert. Hetzel's block. She was a hitchhiker on the right side. She had a name that left him blind. She was a supernova.
Grid is live. Initiate light cycle
yes,
battle.
Vicky, thank you so much for bringing by your crew. Raiders, welcome. It is Thursday, which is also Iowa DLC release day for American Truck. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Thursday afternoon so far. Thanks for stopping in. Mickey, or is it Mickey? Yes, Mickey. Thank you so much for bringing by your crew. Appreciate it. We're on our way to Davenport with a reservoir tank from Sioux City. Ooh, Forza Motorsport, nice. That's one of the titles that is on my list of games to add at some point, but haven't gotten there yet. Not yet. Hope you were doing all right with your races, though. Rose are red, violets are blue. All I really want is a Porsche or two. One for me and one for you. Aw, thank you. Youngest daughter of mine, I hope that both of us get to live the dream of driving the old 911 GT3 RS together. Well, looks like the weather's clearing as we cross the border here. Win and lose, but that's true. It's true. That's the whole deal with racing, right? It's wins and losses. Can't win them all, but you can sure try. Was a hitchhiker on the bright side. She had a name left him blind. So I don't know what the GPS SCS's nav system is doing, but it's bringing us through under Iowa instead of crossing Iowa. Not that I'm like complaining, it seems a little strange because this is the route it plotted from Sioux City up here to get to Davenport. So it had us come back across into Nebraska and then cut through down on the northern end of Missouri. And I'm like, why? Under Iowa, like the first...
Oh, hell
Slider!
no.
Jeez, Slider.
Shame.
God damn.
Shame.
This is why we don't
Shame.
have nice things. One for me and one in the shop? No. No, you don't get a Porsche, Slider. My youngest daughter and I both want a Porsche GT3 RS. 911 GT3 RS under Iowa, like the first... Is Missouri the first layer of hell? Is that what you're trying to say too, Slider? As an American, is that what you're trying to say? Good Lord. Audi's like, what is happening? Okay, we're gonna drop this down to set the cruise control for 58. That's right. That's right. Oh, Jaybird and I, we both get the Porsches. Then we're going to race each other. We go out to the airport. We're going to go zoomies up and down the airstrip. And do quarter mile burnouts together. Good luck. Do you know how to drive standard, kid? Because guess what? I do. Jay likes to think that she would beat me in a race, but she can't drive manual transmission. So you'll learn, but you got a long learning curve, kid. You dump a clutch in a Porsche at high speed, you're gonna know it, and you're gonna leave shards of metal everywhere underneath. It's gonna be a terrible mess, and it'll be your repair bill, not mine. Yeah, okay, listen. You're going to burn a clutch, boy. Yeah, exactly right, Slider. Bane comes to mind here for some reason. Listen, just because you play Need for Speed Heat doesn't mean that you can drive jack diddly squat. Doesn't mean you can race. I've played all the Need for Speed games. Doesn't mean I'm a racer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell. So, for those of you who are new and you guys are just joining, Jay dressed in blue is my youngest daughter. She is not quite 17 years old yet. She loves cars. She loves cars. Big fan of motorsport, and you know, like, I'm all right with it. I'm all for it. I endorse it heavily. But I've been telling her she needs to get into Forza with the rest of us, or better yet, try some Assetto Corsa Competizione, some Assetto Corsa 2. What is it? Assetto Corsa Evo, I do believe. You know, try iRacing. If working with animals doesn't work out, I'll be filming rollers. You know what? Learn the filming stuff while you're working with animals. That way you're learning another skill while you're doing the veterinary stuff, kiddo. Trust me on that. Yeah, dirt rat. Yeah, there we go. You want to test your metal with me? Dirt Rally 2.0. Oh no, Assetto is very different. But the thing is, though, is again, it comes down to physics. My only issue with Assetto, or not Assetto, sorry, my only issue with Forza Motorsport, comes down to the physics. Like tire modeling, the crash physics, the mechanical issues and things like that. I find in like Assetto Corsa Competizione, Assetto Corsa Evo, iRacing are modeled a lot more realistically than they are in Forza. Now, Forza Motorsport is definitely closer to simulation than, say, Forza Horizon 5. And I'm 52. I've got a lot of years under the belt with a variety of different racing simulators. The only animal I'll be filming is a Ford Mustang. Why? That's not a roller? There's better options to film than a Mustang. Why a Rustang? I mean, the 350, ooh, right? I mean, listen. Come on, why just a Rustang? There are so many better cars. Go for the Corvette at least. Kid, 1963 split window classic Corvette. I am not, whoa. Easy with the 520,000 years old here, kid. I still remember where you sleep, child. You test me. Here's the thing though. If you go back to the classics, Mickey, and I'm talking like the 1960s to the mid 70s, not the plastic stuff we have now, the OGs. I love me some classic cars. I'm a massive fan of like classic. Oh, you dirty, rotten. If you want those cars, you need to be 1, rich, 2, work on cars. Yeah, one of the two, yeah. Like I'm a big fan of like, again, being that I'm 52, one of the first vehicles I ever drove, the two vehicles I learned to drive were 1972 Chevy pickup. It was a flatbed pickup truck. It was a farm truck. It was a 3 on the tree transmission. And then a 1972 4-door Chevy Impala. The goddamn thing was a land yacht. It was a yacht. You could literally fit like 15 freaking people in this car. It was so big. And it had sway in it. When this thing cornered, that big 350 V8 fucking big block engine in it, but when it cornered, it had sway. It wasn't a clean corner. It had sway. Yeah, and it's about, yes. I'll hop in my Chrysler. It's as big as a whale, and it's about to set sail. The good old B-52s, baby. Bang, bang. On the door, baby. A Delta 88 4-door? Majafo? Sir, you're aware of exactly how big a 1972 4-door Chevy Impala is, right? The Delta 88 4-door is half its size. It's half its weight. I've driven a Delta 88. That thing was half the size and half the weight of that freaking giant ass Chevy. It had sway too, but it was like half the size of the 72 Impala. My dad even had a name for the car. It was named the Blue Goose because it was that classic Chevy freaking metallic blue. That like almost like it's like a darker metallic blue, and it had the leatherette top on it. It's like 2 tons, 122-inch wheelbase. Sounds about right. Peak MTV, it was. All right, Nikki, thank you so much for bringing by your crew. Appreciate it. Enjoy your shower. Got the posture check in there too. Oh, I better. There we go. I got you, Mickey. Don't worry. There we go. Posture check. We're good. And I'm looking forward to moving in September. Have a little bit more room, a little more space to move about, be able to set things up a little bit more efficiently, I think. Car maintenance pisses me off. I don't mind. I didn't mind like the older cars. I didn't mind like because I could still get under the hood and tinker, right? I could get in there and, you know, pull the engine apart, put it back together, and, you know, if I wanted to tinker with throttle body and stuff like that, I could. You know, I could adjust the carburetor. Freaking, don't you freaking dare, bro. What is with these? You goddamn redneck. What is with these yokels and these freaking harvesters, man? No fuel, no fixes. Yeah, I haven't put $1 into my wife's car other than rotate tires in 3 years. Bozo, you get your goddamn license, crackjack box. Drive like my grandfather. Sheesh. This man over here about to do some crop dusting. Look at that. Look at that there. A little bit of crop dusting. You want to tinker on cars now, you need an IT degree. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Or a proprietary computer. Also true. Yeah, you don't need to be a mechanic to tinker on vehicles anymore. You need to be an IT. you need to be a hardware engineer. Well, actually, two things. You need to be a hardware engineer and a software engineer. That's factually correct. Okay. Trenton, Lancaster, huh? Looks like we're heading for Lancaster. Yeah, a mere $100K and an official partnership with the manufacturer. So easy. No. All right, here we go, baby. Wayland and Lancaster, huh? Damn, those clouds up ahead are looking a little rough, though. Sheesh. Like we got some nasty weather behind us, too. Oh, looking a little spotty. I own a 1969 Barracuda. Ooh, 444 speed. Ooh. Oh, talk dirty to me, Majafo. What is with... Y'all learn how to drive your harvesters in the same freaking driving school? Like, come on, man. Sheesh. Clown ass are gonna murder us. Clown shoe. Oh, of course. What's the, what do we got here? We got a little... Not sure what that notification's all about, but... Making me miss my car whole life, how you change us. I mean, it's true. I miss my 1979 Dodge. Honestly, I will always and forever remember my first car. Bought it at auction for $60. It cost me $200 to put it on the road, safety and certify it. It was a 1979 Dodge Aspen in metallic mint green. My dad and I pulled the engine. It had the original, what was it, the straight six. My dad and I pulled the engine. We stripped it down to the block, cleaned it all up, redid all the seals. We bored it 10 over, put new rings and pistons in. We had all the parts to do that, so that didn't cost us anything but time. And then mounted a 4-barrel Holly carb on it. And I kept it the stock color. I didn't do anything crazy to it. Didn't do any custom exhaust work to it. Just opened things up a little bit more. And I drove that thing as a complete sleeper. I did not want it to be a heat score. I did not want the local police to know that thing could, if I stood on it, it would leave 2 freaking patches of rubber and smoke. And I didn't want people I went to school with knowing that either. So I was in high school. I was 16 when I bought that car. Bought it on a Tuesday night in Stratford, Ontario at the old auto auctions back in the day. And then in a week, it was on the road. Safety certified, plates, insurance, the whole bit. Right? Yeah. Well, yeah, no, you didn't want to, I didn't want to stand out. Like I had friends who had like fire chickens, Firebirds and Trans Ams and Camaros and, and they were doing them up and putting like the wheelie bars on the back and freaking, putting all the like blower hoods and shit. And it's just like, and then, but they were the first ones to always complain that the cops were constantly harassing them. It's like, well, you kind of tricked the car out nicely. I get it. I understand. You wanted it to look nice. You did a lot of nice work. You put the time in. You put some bucks into it. But you intentionally slapped a bullseye on you by doing that to your car when you were in high school. Meanwhile, I never once got pulled over by cops. I didn't have any problems because mine didn't stand out. Mine just looked like a good old traditional standard 1979 Dodge Aspen. Nothing special. But if I wanted it to move, it moved, right? Yeah, The Wire covers this topic with drug dealers. One has very, very unique hair. It can be spotted a mile away. Right, and that's exactly it. It's the same with cars too, right? 57 Chevy Nomad wagon. Oh, dude. Ooh, talk dirty. Keep talking dirty to me like that, Najafo. You keep it up, man. Keep it up. That's right. Najafo over here trying to sweet talk me. That's that guy. We don't even need to chase him. Yeah. See him at home. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Exactly. And that was the thing. Growing up in a little farming community, everybody knew everybody. The cops knew where everybody lived. So, you know, if you were out playing FAFO, you're playing the old fuck around and find out game in high school with your car or your parents' car, depending. And they'd be sitting there waiting for you. They've already talked to your parents. Shorts, Audi. I'm wearing shorts today because, god damn it, it's hot. 35 degrees here today. It is hot. No, it's true though. That's the thing. Like, the cops knew. They knew everybody. They knew where you lived. They knew your parents. You weren't messing around and getting away with it. It wasn't going to happen. They knew. They were sitting there in your driveway. They had already spoken to your mother and father, and you were done as soon as you pulled into that driveway. You were cooked. And there was no stuttering. There was no getting out of it. They had you dead to rights. And they freaking knew it. And honestly, I grew up in a day and age where you wanted the police to take you for doing dumb shit. Because that was the safer bet. Because the ass whooping you were about to get from your parents was far worse than anything the cops could do to you. Generally, and there we go, back in Iowa. Generally, the police though were like, nope, we're leaving you to your folks. And you know you were cooked. They weren't going to protect you. No, walk away and let shit go. They're just going to let it happen. Because you done messed up. You screwed up, and you knew it. There was no BSing. There was no lying about it. You were cooked. And I wanted no part of any of that. Not a flippin' chance. I like going to the bush parties and running from... Yeah, see, we only had OPP where I was. We had local, because this is back when a lot of towns had their own police force. So we had the locals, but we also had OPP. So the local PD would then contact the OPP if it was outside of town, right? See, we never had a problem with bush parties getting busted because, number one, we were allowed to be on the party where the bush party was. Growing up as a farm kid, all of us, you know, it was all the farm kids going out to these bush parties. Townies generally didn't end up coming out. But we never, not once can I remember the cops coming out and busting us ever for a bush party. Number one, it was on private property. Number two, we were allowed to be there because whoever was holding the party, it was their parents that owned it, and the parents knew we were out there. So we weren't getting busted. Nah, they just made us move on. Man, I can remember a lot of the bush parties, there was nobody around for like 10 miles. We weren't interfering with anyone's anything. You wouldn't have even heard us from the closest farm to us where we generally ended up being. Nobody knew. Or if they knew, they didn't care because we weren't being a nuisance. There was no noise complaints, it was just, what could they do? As long as we weren't doing anything that was putting anyone in danger, there were no noise complaints, right? Like, they usually didn't bother us. Also, another thing, there is a beauty to growing up in the period that I did and being in high school when I was, because mobile phones, the internet, video, that shit didn't exist. You would have the odd person who would come out with, they'd be like, one of the girlfriends would come out with like a Polaroid camera, but it was usually just like group photos of everybody just kind of like hanging out and, in front of the fire kind of thing. But it was, so very little recorded proof. We didn't self-snitch because not everything was recorded. It's not like nowadays where a lot of kids get mad, but the problem is everybody's recording everything. Y'all self-snitching. If you just leave the phone at home and don't worry about having record of things, you don't have to worry about self-snitching. You won't be in trouble. Prove it. There's no proof. Hell, I go out for dinner most of the time now. I don't even take my phone with me. Even though I'm only having like 1 or 2 drinks with dinner, I don't take my phone with me. I don't need it. I'm going out for an evening. I'm having a meal with some friends. We're having a beer or two. What's the modern? I am using a Samsung G5 34-inch ultra wide. So that is actually why you see the screen the way it is because I play on an ultra wide. And I'll be honest, once you go ultra wide, you can't go back to a standard freaking square screen. You can't. Ultra wide changes everything. Hi, Lango. How are you? Ultra wide monitors change the dynamics of so many games. Yeah, much better FOV, especially in simulators. It's just, it is a good time. Wow, this rain is going to be something, isn't it? Oh, they're just going to bust my chops. Well, definitely in Iowa, aren't we? Whoa! Hope that wasn't somebody's freaking farm that just went up in smoke over it. God damn. Sheesh. It's definitely raining now. Yikes. Alright, well, I'm supposed to only be doing 34 in here apparently, so we're gonna have to slow this down a little bit. By the way, my headlights are on, before anybody asks. The lights are on. As you can see when I hit the high beams. Yo, this feels like tornado weather, by the way. I'm just saying. This feels oddly like tornado weather. As somebody who's been through 3 of them, and confirm, I'm familiar with how spectacular the weather gets when there are tornadoes about. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna hunker down here for the evening, have ourselves a wee bit of shut-eye. All right. Yeah, just before 6 a.m. You ain't Kansas anymore. Tell that to Sleepy Developer. Gonna turn the Jake off. We don't need any Jakes. Hot dog. I'm not buying a hot dog here. This looks like the worst place to buy a hot dog from. Actually, you know what? No, we're good. All right. Take my money. Okay, so we've still got just a little under 3 hours driving time to get to our destination. Davenport, huh? Oh, Davenport is where we're headed. Wait a minute, hold on. Sorry about that. It was all of a sudden it smelled Etch-a-Sketch. Hey, you leave my Etch-a-Sketch out of this. Start on my Etch-a-Sketch. As like it smelled really damp all of a sudden. It just started raining outside IRL, so this is good because that means should hopefully pull things off. Yeah, pull things off. Temporarily. Oh, yep. 3 whole degrees Celsius. Went from 35 to 32. Okay. Focus. Focus, Twitch Dad. Why is this 40? Makes 0 sense to me, man. Why is this part of the road 40? How do you go from a 65 to a 40? You're welcome, but it has to be... Yeah, well, it's too hot here to be snowed. You show me a place where snow falls at 35 degrees Celsius and stays. Generally, if it's falling from the sky, it looks like snow, but it is 35 degrees C. It's not snow, it's ash. Let's be real, it's ash. Be prepared to stop when flashed. Well, you're the one who was supposed to send me the snow, Majafo. You failed. That's on you, sir. Well, folks, welcome to the outskirts of Davenport. There was no sign stating I could not make a turn, that I couldn't make a right turn on a red here. Come on, man. Thankfully, John, we don't always get that. Sometimes here, especially more recently, what's ended up happening is we get the rain, but the rain comes with a like a cold air front, and it doesn't end up when it stops. It doesn't get humid. It just stays cool, a little on the slightly more humid side, but it stays cool. That looked like a hidden road back there, folks. And frankly, I'm all right with that. Like, if it rains and then it cools off, even if it stays just, you know, slightly, like, you feel a little bit of humidity, but it's much cooler, I'm okay with that. I can live with that. As long as it doesn't end up anywhere near the 47 degrees Celsius that it was 2 freaking weeks ago, I'll be fine. All right, hold on. Dad needs a drink. I gotta make sure, because my hands are slightly wet because the condensation on my my water jug, to not touch the Alcantara on the wheel, because Alcantara generally, as a rule, does not like water. Okay, whoever... God, I went to North Carolina in June. How about a 1970 Mercury Cougar? I mean, I'll drive it. I wouldn't say no to a 1970 Mercury Cougar. The humidity has got awful terrible. Not worth going outside. Yeah, well, been to a lot of parts of the world that are very similar in that respect to North Carolina in June. The Carolinas in general during June, July, and August. Oof. People born in 1970 could be classified as cougars now, yeah. They didn't call me a cougar, so I'll take that as a win. It's a dry heat is a very... No, it is. No, there is a massive difference between dry heat and humid heat. Big difference. And you can physically feel the difference between humid heat, and the dry heat. Abso-freaking-lutely. What, do I have to... All right, well, looks like we're going into the pit, chat. Yep. Oh, yeah, no, what? Yeah, one is escapable. So the heat today was, if you go outside and you stand in the shade of the tree, you can, like, there's a physical difference between how hot it is in the sun and how it feels under the tree. Like, you can feel the cooler air, you can feel the breeze, it doesn't feel oppressive. Humidity is oppressive AF. And it's like, it is just as hot under the damn tree in the shade as it is in the sun. A little shade, a little breeze, wick sweat, feels great, yep. Humid heat does not do any of that at all. Not one little bit, yet. Yeah, sweat, exactly. Sweat works as designed. Whereas you end up with some days where recently we've had a couple of days here where the humidity is like upwards of 94%. Yep, it's like you're walking underwater. It's terrible. It's freaking savage. It's not healthy. Yeah, 94%. Yeah, 94% humidity. Think about that. Think what it's like breathing on those days. Even if you don't have any kind of a health condition that affects your breathing, dude, that is a lot of moisture in the air. You're trying to breathe that in. Going to 99 though, except it's 26. Yeah, yeah. See, exactly. It's dry, right? So you can get into the shade, escape the heat. You know, you spritz yourself with a little water, you're okay, you're good. Okay, we're good. don't feel like you're melting. We have AC solar batteries, used to dealing with it. Here's a question. So, Two Slider, I'm going to ask you because you've got a pretty good handle on these things. Evaporative coolers. What's your take on those? Okay, so we're in Davenport. What do you think? Are they a scam? Are they basically a swamp cooler? Effectively, yeah. You? It's 81 miles. Not quite far enough. Burlington. Still definitely not far enough. 6, getting closer. Des Moines. I mean, we could do Des Moines and then take something from Des Moines across to Burlington. Same as a wet towel on your back and a fan. Any surface blowing over cold water towels. Yep. $83 miles. Not long enough. Not far enough. Jeez. Wow. Davenport, Iowa to Los Angeles, California. 2,001 miles. Yeah, the air attempts to reach equilibrium, doesn't, then blows across cooler than the air temp it came in at, even if subtle. Yeah. I'm thinking we might grab a load to Des Moines. Let's set route length. Can we even set? We can't actually. So I'm not seeing any way to set it specific to. What if I do? Hold on. What if we do this? Can't search by state. By the way, the other thing I notice, yeah, route length. Go longer or shorter, I mean. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Davenport, okay, 81, there we go. That's a little bit better. Kirksville, no, Des Moines. All right. I think Des Moines might actually be our best bet here. Who we got? That's Fort Dodge, Mason City. Oh, we've got to load up to Fort Dodge. That's definitely long enough. Let's see what else we've got here. Council Bluffs. You know what? Let's grab that one. One more before we go. 67 Chevelle SS 2-door. Ooh, yeah. Also blow AC hard in the morning, then shut all the lights. That's actually something that we usually, that my roommate actually has his stuff set up for. get our backsides out of here, shall we? Gotta say, I kind of like the look of what we got going on here, folks. Looking pretty damn. It's looking real pretty, like. All right, we'll get out of here. We'll go grab our next load. Like we're heading over to the Evergreen yard. Chat, really, seriously, I think Majafo is trying to sweet talk me. He's trying to smooth talk me. Are you trying to get me out of my pants or something? Like, what's the deal here? Oh my lord, why is it only 28 mile an hour in here? It's so slow. Yeah, places to be. By the way, how do I actually have? I do have 2 out of the 12 done. Nice. Let's go. We might as well grab the driver staffing agency while we're here. Not that we're hiring anybody right now, but never hurts to have that off the map. By the way, folks, if you are watching, if you're on Twitch and you're watching, just gonna give you fair warning. It's about 7.5 minutes to the next ad break. I have the ads set to run once an hour on the hour. And the reason that I actually have that set up is to prevent the pre-roll from coming in. So if you're just joining, you're not getting hit with a pre-roll for the very first time before you even get to watch the channel. I would like it if I didn't have to run ads, but unfortunately Twitch, the platform, doesn't allow. Oh god damn. Whoa, sir. Freaking bumblebee ass. Jesus. I wish that we didn't have to, but unfortunately, kind of do. They kind of force it on us. I would like to have the ability to be able to just turn ads off completely and not have them on the channel, but Twitch really doesn't allow for that, I guess. Or at least, you know, I wish they had a similar system that allowed ads to be skippable on Twitch. So you guys weren't just getting inundated with them all the time. Oh yeah, that feels, oh man, that air coming in through the window feels so good now. Cooler. Hell yeah, hold on. Check this. What is the current temperature? Wow, we've dropped 11 degrees. 11 degrees. It went from 35 to 24. Definitely a lot more comfortable. Dude, where did that Transformer ass looking card go? Oh, I turned over there. It 1967 Chevelle SS two-door? Transformer? No. That would be, you're talking Bumblebee. That would be either the Volkswagen Beetle, depending on the variant, or in the current stuff, the Camaro. We're gonna pull in here, though. I would like to very much grab the viewpoint. Might as well, we're already here. That load's not going anywhere, so. The thriving metropolis of Davenport, chat. Welcome on in. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Scott. It is DLC Thursday here in the arcade. Thanks to SCS Software releasing the Iowa DLC for American Truck Simulator. So now we are currently working our way through the Cruising Iowa DLC. That looks to be a Ferris wheel over there.
You're messing with my Zen thing, man.
Gimp_biscuit has just
Anonymous, thank you so much
subscribed.
for gifting
An
that
anonymous
tier
user
one
gifted a
sub
tier 1 sub to
to
Gimp_biscuit.
Have fun, watch out for flying cows. I will do my very best. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Odd place to just leave a trailer, I guess, but you know, hey. Yeah, we should be all right. We're good. We're good. 22 mile an hour? Iowans not like driving at high speed? Like, what the crap, man? Wow. Awesome cutscenes. Game will have 10-year anniversary soon and still didn't figure out how to make time-based movers like hiding street vendor in the middle of the night. I think, honestly, I still think that that's not an important detail. I think the AI traffic should still be priority over that. Well, again, it's a very small portion of the trucking simulator community care about something that tiny that most people don't give a shit about, right? But see, here's the thing though, rookie. It's not that it's not about immersion not being important. That is a tiny detail that breaks immersion for a very tiny part of the community. I don't even pay attention to that shit. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of food trucks and stuff around here that are 24/7. It's the middle of the day. Of course, it's like it's the morning, right? Like, yeah, I am. Exactly. It's a 1% problem. Game developers develop for the 90 percentile that don't give a crap about the small details like that because it doesn't impact gameplay for them. I can tell you the food carts being in part of a city after midnight doesn't impact my enjoyment of the game at all, right? That's right, you are a 1%er. But you're in the bottom 1% for stuff like that. That's what I mean. Like, it's not an important detail. If your immersion is broken by something like that, when there are other things like, honestly, the visuals being updated, better, more realistic dynamic weather, better physics, And actually filling out and finishing the map, I personally find that stuff is more important. Even adding like better AI traffic, I feel like that is more important than, you know, oh well, the movers are still moving after midnight because, you know, the hot dog stand can't be open. Yet 90% of your profits come from the top 10%. 90% of your problems come from the bottom 10%. That is true, especially as a game developer. Even in just software development in general, that is true. That is actually very valid. But again, it's not like anybody stands there with a gun to anybody's head, forces them to play the game either. I'm just saying, like, I feel like there are far more important things it should be that the devs should be concerned about. Chat, that's a GameStop. Oh, here we go. Another river port. Oh, is that a train coming through? No, I think it just went. It was a GameStop, probably. I mean, it is. You're probably right. It probably is closed. That seems valid. Yeah. Hashtag garbage stocks. Meme stonks, chat. Meme stonks. The age-old meme stonks. Rockport Terminal. How close do I need to get to the fence before you open? Excuse me? El Jefe? Right, well, apparently I'm not coming in through this entrance. Damn it. All right, let's try this. Oh, look, hi. We found the right entrance. Apparently that one you can't come in. Watch, I can come out that one though. Speed limit 10. Don't you tell me how to drive my truck. Don't you tell me how to drive my truck. Woo! Oh, it has cooled off so nicely here. Oh my goodness. Need more chances for the weather to change like this, where it's like it literally drops 11 degrees Celsius in such a short amount of time. Oh yeah. Oh hey, we're not right down on the water side this time. Nice. And just for the record, it's not that I don't hear people's complaints about certain games or that I don't think that their complaints are valid. It's just, again, developers are going to develop for the 90th percentile, not the bottom 10, right? They're going to develop for, you know, they're going to develop the game as they see fit for the top, not the bottom. It's not that, well, and that's the thing. It's not that I don't care. I just don't give it. And I'm kind of in the same boat, right? With my experience, it's. But I don't find the tiny detail like that immersion breaking though either, right? Like, there's a level, there's a limit. Also, SCS isn't gonna. They shouldn't have to cater either, right? Like, they should just continue doing what they're doing and doing it as they see fit. And well, yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on that. Like the mover stuff, it doesn't bother me, right? It's right. So we can go out this way. We can't come in that way. Got it. Okay, check. You know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's then security in and out. In all entertainment, it's called suspension of disbelief. Yeah. I still keep coming back to both American Truck and Euro Truck for the same reason, is I do enjoy my time in these, but it's not, my time in these isn't hinged on like the little detail stuff that most people never pay any attention to anyway. Because the focus of the game is the driving, it's not the little things. Honestly, because here's the thing though, is the bigger features, the larger features have more impact. The simple things, again, it's because the simple things at the end of the day don't actually matter. The larger features have a greater impact, but they don't fail. If it's failing, why do the numbers keep going up? Why do more people constantly get into American Truck and Euro Truck? That's not a failure. We're talking about a game that is going to be 10 years old. How is that a failure? It's the same thing with Euro Truck Simulator 2 being 13 years old. It's not a failure if they're still making money doing it and they're continually adding to it and improving it. It's not a failure. You might think personally that it is a failure, but it isn't a failure. I turn them on. I've got the random, but here's the thing, random events happen in the real world. And those random events will block the road. That's realistic. Like that's not unprecedented. I personally leave that, yeah, I have mine on. How many times have you guys seen me sneak past a random event? I'd rather have it on. Yeah. I know them goddamn commie tree branches blocking the people's road. How dare they? But no, it's like, again, like, I hear what you're saying, but I think it is such a minuscule issue. I would rather have the random events in the game because, again, that is more immersive. It's on the road. Then we should play My Summer Car, but I would rather honestly eat acid tablets than play My Summer Car, ever. Is the driving decent? Yes. Is there plenty of explorability on the map? Definitely. The small detail items don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? Make it, drive it. How about a proper moonshine owner simulator? Vague Cops, NFS style. Isn't that just BeamNG? I feel like that's just BeamNG. Little ATS, little NFS, little drug shop sim, hashtag profit. Sounds like My Summer Car. Seriously. It sounds like My Summer Car. I wish I could drive. I should be able to drive up there, by the way. Davenport needs more. We need more in Davenport. SCS, make it happen. But the other thing I think a lot of people sometimes fail to realize with Euro Truck Simulator 2 and American Truck Simulator is that you're dealing with a smaller scale map. So again, there is only a certain level of detail you can get into this, right? I think I'm somewhere up around 1600. And modding the game hasn't been... I've spent most of that time driving. Yeah, I mod, but I'm pretty efficient at running at the mods and modding, so... Now, it could be that you're talking about actually making mods, though, right, Rookie? I think Rookie's actually talking as somebody, like, creating mods. Hi, API, how are you? I will say this, the movers look a little bit better walking. Some of the ones that are walking look a lot better. It looks a lot more fluid. You were fixing interstates? But I mean, from experience, you had to know that SCS would eventually come back in and fix some of this stuff on their own too, right? I need to get back into doing VR ATS thing. Well, Iowa just released. Well, but that's the thing, right? Like, I think the other problem is it might be a patience issue. But we're talking about a game that is now 10 years in. We're into the Midwest. They're like, the California rework ended up turning out fantastically because while they are building out the map, they're then going back and redoing older parts of the map to bring them up to a more current standard, but then fixing a lot of the stuff that at the time when they first started the game, developing the game, and after they released it, they didn't have the technology to properly do a lot of this stuff. And I think, again, it comes down to a failure of understanding how long development cycles can be for certain things, especially when you got to go out and do the research and get the photography and then do all the modeling by hand. And, you know, like, yeah, they've got it a little bit easier now because a lot of it is templated, but I do understand what you're saying, Rocky. The Euro Truck Simulator 2 is now about to become 13 years old, and American Truck's about to be 10. Like, the tire update BeamNG is doing with this extensive data list. No, I haven't seen anything regarding BeamNG recently, so. I stopped playing Beam. I kind of, ultimately, I find it very frustrating sometimes. Well, and I think that's the other thing too, right? Like 2 days ago, they posted a video of what they were doing. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I've heard that Rally in BeamNG is actually pretty hot. The one thing, and I don't know if anybody's actually noticed, but SCS Software has kind of stepped up with regards to the amount that they're putting out for American Truck. And I know for those of you who drive in Euro Truck Simulator 2 as Europeans, that's been kind of frustrating. But ETS2 by comparison, other than a lot of the rework stuff, like we're still dealing with half the country in ATS not being finished. Meanwhile, Europe, a lot of it now seems to be they're going through and just cleaning things up, fixing it, right? No, it is super relaxing. I find it relaxing. Why are we driving so slow here? Swear to God. That sign said 65. Y'all can eat my entire back end. I do like the fact that they're adding Iceland, but Iceland in a 1/19 scale is not going to be very much driving. Wow, that's broken. Holy crap, that's so broken. Well, no, I've used Pro Mods for Euro trucks, so I'm already familiar with Iceland, but I mean, SCS is adding in Iceland themselves, right? Yeah, now it's coming officially, exactly. Earth has decided the wind shall pick up a couple thousand miles per hour to pick up the speed of the clouds. I mean, it's a skybox issue with like weather improvement mods and stuff. What? I saw the other vehicle moving and That's right. You get your Dodge going. Your POS Dodge freaking minivan moving, bro. Shh. I was busy paying attention to something else in chat, okay? I was reading things. Stop it. This is a minor ticket. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a little freaking fender bender. I wasn't doing the texting. I was reading chat. Dad was reading chat, okay? Don't start with me, API. Yeah, reading while driving is safe. I see tons of people doing it with newspapers all the time. Reading is safe. It's phones that are dangerous, yeah. How many times I've been, driving through like rush hour traffic in cities and there's a person there reading their newspaper while they're sipping their coffee doing this. Like, exactly. Inside a margin of error. Yeah, I don't drive with my knee. That's just irresponsible, okay? Knees don't have the grip that hands do. I'm only 6 foot. I don't drive with my knees. Knee plus mirror driving, too much stock car. I think that sounds about just the right amount of stock car, honestly. I don't fit many cars or mid-sized trucks, right? Oh, you can't go for a ride in a Toyota Taco? Yo, wait, you don't have license plates. None of the vehicles in Iowa have license plates, chat. Bud. We're cooked. Funny thing is though, it's rookie. That's pretty realistic. We've got that here. Just about every corner has a red light camera now. That's pretty realistic. There are a lot of different states where every single set of lights has a red light camera. You would be surprised, rookie, how many locations across the United States have red light cameras at almost every set of lights. It's not like they just came up with this kind of stuff willy-nilly, right? Funny thing is, I think most people don't even realize they're there or exist. The steering column sucks? Wait, what? Oh. I was very confused about that conversation for a moment. I was like, what's happening here? Why are we talking about Slider's column? Listen. I don't want to know about Slider's column, okay? Okay, we're heading up 61 here. Nice. To be paid off in 3 months. Hard to go back to paying for things. I mean, I don't blame you. You're Subaru. Hard. It is hard. Subaru. I got a loaner of the turbo and felt regret. Yeah, I'll bet you felt regret. You went from no turbo to turbo and you were like, crap. Oop.
Identify yourself, program.
Celtic Lover 1, thank you so much for dropping that follow. Appreciate it. Then I got back into my slug. It's fine when you use the paddles. Having 8 years. You wanted to buy a Subaru. 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 Yeah, goddamn 8 years. That's why you're glad you have paddle shifters. Otherwise, that would suck a whole lot. Oh. Okay, that's my fault. That's on me. 100%. No accident though. We didn't get, or at least we didn't get a ticket. Shh. Listen, I'm just trying to go off map, okay? I'm trying to go off map. The Fabulous River? I mean, Fabius River? What? What? Dream. Invest. Thrive. I'm not giving Chase Bank my goddamn money. A flipping chance in hell. All right, rain just starts. Here we go. You know what I think would actually be very important to add? We have the rain, okay? How about we have some kind of water physics where water pools in low parts on the road and such? And then if you hit it just right, you can hydroplane. That feels like it should be important. That would be immersive. Bring back the Chase Money bank money glitch from TikTok. Listen, the thing is, that's not a real money glitch. You know damn well that Chase Bank is going to track down every single person that pulled that off, and they're going to be made to pay. Yeah, exactly. Check fraud. I think everybody who took part in that money glitch should be charged with fraud. There you go. I said it. That's my opinion. I think every single person who did that should be charged with fraud. And then prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It is wire fraud. Absolutely. Absolutely. It wasn't a money glitch. It's people being stupid. It's people who don't understand how banks function. It's not like they got away scot-free with all of this cash. They got to pay that back. Right? Exactly. We had checks. We knew if you signed a bad check, your account was jumped on. And that's the thing. We knew back then that if you signed a check, the money had better be in the fucking account. Money had better be in the goddamned account. Don't try to write a check to yourself for $100K and then, deposit it in the bank account and then that just immediately means you got $100,000. It's not how it works. The bank checks those things. I'm actually kind of surprised that people had checks too. I'll be honest. I'm right there with you. But no, seriously, I think that anyone who took part in that whole money glitch, because it's not a money glitch, it's people don't understand how banking works. It's just people who are uneducated in how banking systems function and operate. There is no way I should... That says 65, not 35. Get bent. Get bent, cop. And I personally think, and again, this is just my opinion, that every single person that did that should be routed out and charged with fraud and end up having a criminal record. And it should also completely ruin their credit history. Like, good luck getting a loan for something as simple as a car. Good luck for getting a fucking credit card ever again. Good luck for getting a fucking mortgage. You did that to yourself because you're an idiot. Some kid complained they called early but never got through the hold noise. Called too early. That's your fault for not paying attention and listening to the instructions, right? Flat out didn't understand what a busy tone meant. Get your intrepid move and your POS intrepid, right? Assumed you'd just get through eventually, then blamed adults. Was never taught this. But how to use that's exactly it. Calling a landline, if it's busy, you're either going to get a hold tone or you're going to get a busy tone. It happens. That's how phones work. It's not freaking rocket science. But if you try to call early and thinking that, it's not the time yet to start calling in, well, that's also on you. Because you didn't listen to the instructions that were provided. That's not the adult's fault. That's not the people running the contest's fault either. You didn't listen. You heard what you wanted to hear and just assumed whatever you wanted to assume. Yeah. Yeah, it was the classic 19th caller. Yeah, all right. Exactly. Some things aren't on us. No, it's true. No, you're not wrong there. Some things aren't on us. Et cetera, et cetera. So they went off. Good. They crashed out. That's on them. You want to crash out? That's totally on you, right? Yeah. Yeah. If there's a radio contest, you just keep calling. You call, you call, you call. You call, get the busy tone redial. Busy tone redial. Busy tone redial. Busy tone redial. That's how it works. No, exactly. You don't wait on the busy tone. Nope. The busy tone never goes away. You have to hang up, call back again. Anybody who knows anything about how a telephone works understands that's how it works, right? Yeah, then one day they invented redial. Yeah, right? Exactly. It used to be you would have to manually punch that mother goddamn sucking number into the phone. It wasn't just wasn't so simple. You dial it once, get the busy tone, have to hang up, and then dial it all over again, right? 69 ruined so much of my childhood, right? Yeah, exactly. How'd they pick 69? Adults. Holy shit. And remember, yeah, you'd have to remember the phone number so you could keep redialing the number. We didn't have a device that just automatically held it. We had to actually write that damn number down and burn that into our memory. In retrospect, I didn't spend any time trying to dial into any of these contests. I didn't have the patience for it. I had better things to do. I had to be out in the barn freaking, mucking stalls or feeding animals or, out in the field with the tractor or something, right? Like, I don't have time for that crap. I used to know people's numbers by shape, right? We also had the same interchange back in the, yeah, right? Everyone had 852, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. Yes, absolutely, right? Yeah, like growing up, I knew everybody's phone number. Everybody I knew that their phone number started with a 524. Every single number started with 524. And then I only needed to memorize the last 4 digits. The last 4. That was it. 4 digits. Every single person I knew was a 4-digit number. Yeah, when they made us dial 10 digits. Shit, I remember only having to dial freaking 7 total. 524 and then whatever the rest of the number was. That was it. That's all I had to dial. I remember those days. I know I sound like some kind of boomer, but I'm telling you, I'm not. And they did do an entire Seinfeld episode. The one thing I've come to realize is TV shows. So the shows that I grew up with in the 80s, watching as a kid in the 80s, Airwolf, A-Team, Knight Rider, these shows would never be made today. Whoa, easy there. Yeah, no, yeah, you had to pay long distance. Freaking long distance, generally it was like $2.50 a minute, like $2.50 a minute. A minute. $2.50 a minute. And international calls, dude, don't even get us started on the cost of international calls. Holy crap. Yep. I think for me it was upwards of like 2005 to 2007-ish, where I was still a phone call for me to call, like I was living in Toronto at that point, but for me to call my dad, it was a long distance call and it cost me money. That money, that was added to the existing phone bill. Yeah, international calls were car payments. Yep, that sounds about right. I had no concept of area codes except for grandparents. Sounds about right for me too, Slider. Yeah. And in order to watch television, you had rabbit ears or an antenna, rabbit ears on the top of the TV or an antenna attached to the house. There was no satellite dish, there was no cable, there was no internet. If you lived in a rural community, you had, for your phone, what was referred to as a party line. So at the interchange, the phone would ring. So 4 homes would be on one phone line. And the phone would ring differently depending on the house that the call was intended for. And there were a lot of cases where I would be on the phone. If I was on the phone talking to one of my friends, that meant that my neighbors couldn't call out and they couldn't receive phone calls. And you would always hear the click when somebody on one of the other 4 parts, like the other 3 on the party line, picked up in their, yep. Well, we weren't bad off either, but it was just the area that I grew up in. Technological adoption was just slower. That's all. It was just a thing. It was just considerably slower. The first change was the improvement to the phone, the local telephone system, where every single, yeah. Well, and yeah, and that's exactly it, right? Like you were in that area where, yeah, this was the beach landing for tech, yeah. Right, so you guys it was developed in the area that you're in, and then it kind of spread out from there. I mean, the crazy part is, though, is, you know, I go back up to my hometown where I grew up, and like everybody's got fiber optic internet. It's, you know, everybody's got mobile. Everybody's like, everything's all high tech, and most people don't have landline anymore. Hell, most people don't even use cable. Everything, it's all streaming services, right? Everybody's on freaking fiber optic freaking internet service. So tech became culture. Yeah. Yeah, a company that sounds like Schmoracle. You mean Oracle? Yeah, go figure. You don't say. Tech became culture, not hobby. Yep. No, that is definitely true. Very true. So I was raised in a database family. I can tell you, I most definitely was not. But I grew into tech because that was the thing. As I was coming out of high school and going into college, technology was becoming more prominent. More people had mobile, like the early cellular phones. They weren't smart. Like it was just a mobile phone, right? You know, more and more people, you know, cable television was adopted. Satellite TV was starting to become a thing, and like these giant mahoos of freaking satellite dishes in people's yards. You know, it took up half somebody's backyard, but they got 300 channels, and you know, from all over the world. And you know, dial-up internet. You know, good old the age-old classic, the old 286, the Pentium 286. Cost $1,000 to put 16 megabytes of RAM into it. Yeah, neighborhood chatter type shit. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's insane, but it progressed rapidly. That was the other thing. Like the technology just it all of a sudden it almost feels like, from my perspective personally, there was a point where it wasn't there to all of a sudden it was a snap and then it exploded. And it was just everywhere. Right? Everybody was getting a home computer. Everybody had video games in their homes. Everybody had dial-up internet. You know, if you were out in the country, you didn't have cable television, but you had satellite TV, right? Instead of over the air, it was, you know, beamed down from the satellites in orbit kind of shit, right? Like, everybody was getting car phones and shit, right? Yeah, you merely adopted the tech. I was born in it, molded by it. That's exactly it. That's current society. Everybody coming up right now, like Two Slider, you and I and others within this specific community, and across multiple platforms too, we were born in it. We were molded by it, whereas a lot of younger generations have merely adopted it. Absolutely. Bane, and the funny thing is, you say that, my brain hears Bane's voice. I hear Bane's voice in my head. We are yes, we are definitely the children of Carmack. It's true. By the time I was an adult, I found the commercials blinding. Even inside gaming, I was early. Yeah. Yeah, I had Pong. I can remember as a child hooking up Pong, getting Pong for Christmas and it being a big deal, and then moving from that to the ColecoVision, the Atari 2600, right? Before Nintendo, before PlayStation, before Xbox. And then, you know, before, you know, online gaming of any sort, then getting into like Quake and Team Fortress Classic and yeah, exactly. OG shit. Yeah. Right? Abso-freaking-lutely. Hey, look, I just joined my own chat. Apparently Twitch bounced me off for a moment there. And now it shows nobody in my chat. Wow, bitch. Thanks. Thanks for helping me feel like I'm a failure in my own chat. Yeah, Halo 1? Oh my god. But no, it's Quake and Unreal Tournament, Doom, and oh my god, right? Oh look, everybody's finally showing back up in my chat. Damn. Autos RVs. Okay, well, we're taking the truck. That is... Okay, well, we're going to go this way now. Oh, man. No, trust me, that's the thing. In the morning when I wake up, I get the kettle going. I get my French press cleaned out. I do up my coffee, and while the coffee is steeping, and while I'm sipping my coffee, I've been watching like an episode or two of the A-Team, and then I will flip over to watching an episode or two of Airwolf. While I'm just, get my day started, sipping away on my coffee, and trust me, I understand the nostalgia freaking hurts. Like, I physically, here's the thing, and it's crazy, but here's how memory works. So the theme song, the starting little, like, the intro for the A-Team, I still remember that. I remember that. I have it down. My brain, that is seared in my mind, right? Like the whole spiel about, 10 years ago, a crack commando unit was arrested for crimes they didn't commit. And then you go into it. But then the theme song, the intro theme for Airwolf, and like the way they show all the schematics and everything on TV, and that comes up, makes the hair on my arm stand up. And I physically feel it, and it's crazy how that works. That's the thing. I know that there are a lot of like younger people now that have this nostalgia though for a time period that they've never lived, which blows my mind. right?
You're messing with my Zen thing,
My dad
man.
did Star Wars, Trek V5,
Nat Rannell
Stargate.
has
Oh my
just
god,
subscribed.
yes.
Route 44
Dude.
sounds quite nice. Plan to get one after work.
Hey, Natronel, thank you so much for the 44 months of subbing to the channel. I appreciate that. Route 44 sounds quite nice. I mean, right? Yeah, that 20-year cycle, yeah. We had disco parties. They were, oh no, they were absolutely fucking disgusting in reality, right? That 20-year cycle, yep. See, and that's the thing. Like, I was born in the 70s, but I was old enough to really, truly enjoy and absorb everything in the 80s. And then, you know, in retrospect, also really, truly enjoy everything that the 90s. Yeah, we talked about it before. The rampant over, yeah, no, it was, no, dude, it was overt, too. They didn't pretend it was homophobic. We fucking knew. It was right in your face, right? Rosy colored glasses, those, I don't. It's no different than like watching the A-Team and watching stuff like the A-Team, specifically the misogyny, the sexism. Oh no, it is like there is no rose-colored glasses for me in that. All the bends in the road. Oh yeah, I'm not nostalgic for it. Like, I have nostalgia, but trust me, I don't. The whole sexism and the misogyny and all that shit, like, it is. There's no hiding it. It's there. It is real. Friends episodes. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. There's a lot of gay bashing in Friends. Absolutely. The heroin chic stuff stuck? Yeah, stuff stuck. The dark side of alt wasn't ugly. All right, what are we doing here? 26 and a 45. All right, we're good. Oh, yeah. No, I couldn't feel the sarcasm at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a tiny little scrub of sarcasm was to be felt. All right, we got to get this wrapped up here. A short turnaround time. Grab some chow. Get the second of 4 After Darks off the deck here. And again, I want to say that Mom will be joining us for After Dark tonight, but I can't guarantee that she will be joining us. Again, depend on how she feels, how work went, kind of thing, right? Filament arrived on doorstep. Wife is like, we should bring it in. How hot is it outside? 100 degrees, 25% humidity. Shit, it's saving me. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. It is saving you a dry. That's damn. Yeah. Yeah, you could have just left it outside. It's fine. That low humidity, it's drying that filament out real nice for you. That means it should print really clean, right? Yeah, fuck it. Exactly. Fuck it. Leave it. Nature's doing the work for me. I don't have to power up the dryer. We're good. Driest roll ever. Yep. Damn straight. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're right. It definitely does get gums up. It definitely does get stringy. Okay, so we're just, as you can see, we're heading north on 75 here. We're just across into Nebraska. I don't know why it's not bringing us straight through. Like, why the GPS isn't bringing us straight on in through. Missouri, or not Missouri, Iowa, but almost went the wrong way. I mean, we could have corrected for that, but that's fine. Nope, we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Listen, nobody wants gummy, stringy stuff coming out their nozzle, okay, Slider? Be real. Nobody wants a gummed up, stringy nozzle. So we are heading to Council Bluffs, but I don't... What the hell is that? I don't know what that was. I don't want to end up smacking into anything. I'm gonna never mind and ignore it. By the way, chat, I'm just gonna let you all know now that in approximately 8 minutes there will be another ad run. Like I said, we run ads here once an hour on the hour. And that is to disable pre-roll, so if you come into the channel for the very first time ever, you don't get hit with like 3 minutes of ads right off the hop before you even get to check things out in the channel. Or get to like communicate in chat or anything. I know none of us like ads, but y'all need to talk to Twitch about that then. And give us, and let Twitch know that you want your favorite streamers to be able to turn ads off. Oh, what did you do? Oh, problematic. Been building some large care packages for nieces and nephews, printed stuff, trading cards, Steam cards. Always thought it was amazing to get mail as a kid, right? No reason, just a surprise, ages 6 to 14. That sounds actually incredible, and we almost made a turn onto a street that doesn't exist on the map. Because I was reading chat again. But we saved it this time. We didn't hit the little invisible wall. We're taking the 680 east. I was so busy reading chat, we almost had an accident, folks. Official, my red swing line is now 20 years old. Red swing line, huh? Slider, I didn't know you swung like that. You surprised me, sir. Well, I mean, this is our third run into Iowa. That's a lot of corn over there. Stapler from oh my, your red swing line. Yeah, there we go. Oh my God. Why did I not catch that? I should have known that too. I should have known that. Nice stapler. Nice stapler. Somebody fucks with a stapler, burns the entire building down. Goddamn office space. Oh, what a good movie. Yeah. I'm gonna need you to come in tomorrow. Any new cool dirt roads in Iowa? I mean, Lango, we're kind of on a dirt road right now. Nerd cred. The printer scene. Yeah, Gary Cole, nerd god, yeah. The printer scene where they take it out and they beat it, like beat that printer down with the freaking the baseball bats and everything. Oh my God. Pure freaking gold. Harvey Birdman at the well, somebody somewhere was spraying some shit, I can tell you that. Swear to God, not only does it smell like a farm in the game, apparently it smells like a farm in real life. Smells like ass. Liquid ass. I just wanted to drive around the farm, Chad, okay? Listen. Judge me. No! I don't care. Let me come through here with my reservoir tank. My tank. Oh. Hooked it on the barn, chat. We hooked it. Boy, did we ever hook it. All right, well, we're going to have to go around, apparently. Also, something else I just realized. There's a lot of stuff out here that does not have shadow. Mind you, it's also overcast right now, so. Oh, I took something. I guess in a way we all took something new. All right, there we go. Well, I mean, the smell that's coming in through the window from whatever farm just out on the edge of town is spraying liquid manure on the field, and where we are kind of matches. I mean, it doesn't get more immersive than that. Honestly, I think that's about as immersive as it can get. I'm being honest. Oh, look, they've got bees. They've got an apiary. Very nice of them. Pollinators, baby. All of them, they're pollinators. Chat, you got yourself them pollinators? Y'all should be making your own honey by now, right? Ad start in 15 seconds. Just warning you now. Kind of pretty with the fog across the field with all the dairy cattle out there. Y'all got any of them calves? I want me a little bit of veal. I want me that veal cutlet. Oh, veal parmesan. Give me that rib meat. Some baby back ribs. Not really sure why we're dropping off a rather substantial load of lumber here. They're probably building a new barn. If I had to guess, we're building a new barn out here. Yeah, let that sink in. It was awesome. I know it was Austin Powers. Still a phenomenal movie. Baby, baby back ribs. Chili's baby back. Baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Chili baby back ribs. All right, so we've got Council Bluffs, Davenport, Sioux City completed. So we now officially have 3 out of 12 done. Still got 9 left. Not building anything. It's ATS. Everything is static. Hey, man can dream, right? It's like how I'm using Forbes and Hewlett Transportation Incorporated, based out of Brampton, Ontario, which, by the way, is a real live trucking company from Canada. Because, you know, this is how you immerse yourself. Immersion. America. Look. Shine on this truck, man. Woo, it sure be purty. Thanks for hanging out with me today, chat. I appreciate the hell out of all of you. Thank you, thank you. You have been lovely and wonderful company, as always. This overcast weather is kind of putting a downer on things, isn't it? God damn. You know, this is not a terrible farm operation. It seems pretty solid. Let's go park ourselves up here. Nice and neat lake. Look at how that worked out. See, perfect. We can still get in and out. No problem. But I would like to just say thank you to all of you. Regardless of the platform you're watching on, whether you're watching me on YouTube or you're watching me on Twitch, thank you so much for coming by, being wonderful company as we dive into the Iowa DLC for American Truck Simulator. YouTube, as always, it is a pleasure. Thank you so very much for putting in the time and watching the stream. Thank you for hitting the likes. Thank you for the subscribes. It really is truly appreciated. Twitch, as always, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for putting in the time and watching the stream. Thanks for being active in chat. It means a lot. But also, thank you so much for throwing down the likes. Thank you for the subs, resubs, and gifted subs. Thank you for the bits. And as always, thanks for trying to slip Dad your tiny tip.
Oh my.
It's going to be a short turnaround. We do have an After Dark stream scheduled for tonight. I do need to make sure I put that into the Discord server, though, so everybody kind of has that as well. I kind of forgot about it. And that wasn't intentional. It was just one of those, I got into doing some stuff and getting things set up, and then all of a sudden I was like, I forgot. Totally forgot about it. But we'll see how that goes. We'll fix that up, get things going. Hopefully, I will see most of you back here at 7 p.m. Eastern for Arcade After Dark. Like I said, Twitch Mom might be joining us. Can't make any promises 100% for sure. But she has tried to slot in some time to come and play some video games with us here on Twitch. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. You know what? Let me see if I can send you all off somewhere. Let me see what we can do. I mean, we got a couple of things here. We could do. What do we got? You know what? I'm going to send you all over to the one, the only, the Hunter Wild, because Hunter is currently doing a fresh playthrough on Twitch of RimWorld. So we're going to go say hello to the Hunter Wild. Tell him he's cute, because he's a cute human being. I will see you all over there. And if I don't see you back here this evening for Arcade After Dark, I will see you back here tomorrow for more streaming shenanigans with American Truck and the Iowa DSC. Cheers, chat.